Yeah, yeah, there will be a ton of updates for the game over time, I'm sure.
Again, I can. I.
Oh, yeah, you can make like a profile page in this game or something, right? I don't know how you do it. Is it the... Yeah, it's like the hunter profile, but I think you can cut... How do you customize the profile, chat? It's in the tent.
Is it true, Hunter?
Is this...
Yeah, that make.
Ah. Interesting. I haven't taken any photos. Is profile even for? Oh yeah, you can do hand in hand with chat. Hanging out. Oh. Wait a sec. Ah, whatever. So you can actually change the equipment in the outfit, or like in the photo, but you gotta change it. Capture a rime beetle. Like the rewards for that aren't that great, but can you get a tempered creature with We'll save it as an investigation. In the Ice Shard Cliffs, a rime beetle. Probably one at the shore. That's not a beetle, but I want to try to grab it anyways. You see any beetles, chat, let me know.
I gathered some materials too. Check your field pouch.
Or maybe don't. Actually. Where the hell am I going? Wait, it was seen on the UI? Are you sure that was actually a... Did it say rime beetle, though? The lower portion. You mean on the left side? Oh, do you mean the wedge beetle?
Is that creature holding something?
Oh my god, dude. Ooh, this looks like a good spot for a camp. Holy. They get paralyzed in like one hit. Did it actually say Rhyme Beetle in that previous area? Oh wait, it just did. Where is it? Oh wait, it's marked on the map. No, I fucking wait, you- oh. Okay, wait, hold on. Well, we just fucking killed it for ammo, but we can just target it. I didn't realize I could target this one. I guess some of them you can if they're like a consumable or like a collectible, but because there's definitely some wildlife that you can't target with the net. Or sorry, with the filter.
I was able to confirm the cap.
You sound.
Indeed.
I'm glad.
This guy's gonna want me to get something else, I'm sure of it. What do you want, bud? Oh, this guy wants something
So
though.
glad to speak.
Need more.
I do, as you surely know.
Capture a gillopod. The ruins of Wyveria. I'm just doing all the side missions, so whenever like an update comes out, you know, at least we'll have a character with like everything done more or less. Although I do still, I do want to try to get like a nice armor set made. It's just, the problem is I try so many different weapons. It's like I don't necessarily want to commit to just one. I mean, you can make a set that kind of works for like most weapons. Can we target it? I don't think so. Make one tier 8 set, yeah. Blends in with the normal pillow pods. Can we target pillow pods? I don't think we can. I mean, I just went through this, but I'm just... Where the fuck am I? Thank you for the 30 months, November. But yeah, has anybody here in chat seen there's like some monkey movie? The monkey? Whatever it's called. Kinda wanted to see that. Heard it was a little underwhelming. Let's see.
The wyvern milk seems to be leaking out in irregular locations. A tempered monster! Look at the size of that scar! You can carve materials off of small monsters as well.
Maybe I should just look this up. I don't know what the fuck. I feel like I'm just going in circles.
This is where the landslide, or rather, the wormholes all begin.
I don't even know what this thing looks like. Well, we have to capture it with the net. Unless that's actually a monster that we can fight.
Look, you can see vague outlines of the dormant guardians in their cocoons.
I don't really know, Edge. I just thought maybe you would unlock something from doing these, like, side missions. It's the main reason I've been doing them. I mean, some of them do unlock stuff. There are white millipedes on the walls. Okay.
Let's let the Safer take us where we need to go.
Right. I should mark our destination.
Not sure if they could still spawn over here or not. This is kind of a pain, this quest. Looking at all the walls and I don't see shit. Oh man. Pretty sure this is where I was before. I mean, I don't pick up every bit of loot in every area.
This vista's been unchanged since ancient times.
I don't fucking know, man.
And present really aren't so far removed.
So annoying. Did I tweak the luminance settings? I don't even fucking know what that means. Can you do that?
Let's prepare
No,
for the
this
next
is just
hunt.
what the game fucking looks like.
Yes. Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Yeah, well, the last time I turned down the brightness, chat said it looked like shit, so I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay, then tell me, how do I fix it? 30 hours in and somebody finally says something. I mean... It's the third slider. This one says luminosity, though. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I turned this down before and chat said it just looked like shit, so I mean, I don't know. If I turn it up, it's gonna be more washed out, and if I turn it down, it's gonna be incredibly dark.
I heard from the others.
I find this so funny, chat, because when I started this game, I set it to 7. I set that exact setting to 7, and everyone in chat said it looked like fucking shit and told me to change it back. And then now you guys are like, oh, it looks good. So it's just like... just the duality of chat, I guess. I don't know. Just funny. I can rest now. We want to set it to... Hey, Counter Kitty. You can rarely win with chat, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to I don't mean to complain or whatever, it's just...
Bye-bye.
I try to please chat, but it's like... Doesn't matter what I do. Alright, hopefully we see him now. This is where we saw them before. It was like on... So is it just a chance that they spawn like... Can I set up a camp up here?
Asbestos and unchanged since
This looks like a spot I could set up a camp.
past and present really aren't so far removed.
This is a perfect campsite.
This is a pretty perfect campsite. Ow.
Is that creature holding something? I gathered some materials too. Check your field pouch. Time for a quick break.
You have to teleport out and back. I think you can just rest. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does cost currency. That's true. Hey, worthless.
The wyvern milk seems to be leaking out in irregular locations.
Try around area 1 and 2. A little further up on the road on the right. On that path there, or... What do you get out of this quest? I don't know, man. I'm just trying to do all the side quests. Wait, so... On the rock? Oh. Oh, I think I see it. Ah, okay, yeah, that's the good spot for them. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I don't know, I was looking for the same type of environment that the first set I found was on, so I didn't really think to look like, because that wasn't really the same type of location. I mean, it was in the same area, but... I wonder how much more stuff we gotta capture for this guy. Next one is even worse, oh no.
It's been...
Well,
A hunter.
Yeah, I think there's one for each area.
Can wait.
Sandstar only appears at night and is quick to flee when spotted. Alright, at the plains. Well, we're already at the plains. You can tell me where it is. I don't really care. Looking is kind of like it's kind of annoying just looking around anyways. Dude, we need to find more safe locations here. I need to get screamer pods.
Got ourselves a decent all we do.
This still looks good.
Oh. Okay, I didn't realize that's what would happen. Wow.
Hey!
Woo!
Looks so tasty.
Oh, I messed it up. Damn it. You do the timing right, you get 12. Wait, what happens if I burn it? Okay.
These all look so tasty.
I assume that's the best, like, cooking you can get. What if I do it a little too early? Yeah, okay, I see. How much meat do I have? Surely this is the last one now. I only grabbed 10, I thought. Oh, I messed up one. Okay. Alright, well, we have plenty of steak now, Chad. Got steak for days. Wait, is there a way to... I don't want to... Oh, that works, I guess. I don't think I have screamer pods in my radial menu. Alright, so where do I go for this chat? This quest? In the plains. Okay. Yeah, I know you need to go at night. Yeah, I already have screamer pods.
Potential target is appearing. Check your map when you're ready.
Those were the guys, wasn't it? Okay, well there's rocks over there, and there's rocks over here, and there's rocks over there. But, oh wait, I see it. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's fine. I get it. It is hard to give directions.
Thank you, Hunter. I just saw confirmation that my request was completed. And allow me to apologize. In my rush to get results, I pressured you into assisting me.
It's fine. I know that feeling all too well.
Oh, you're very kind. And hearing that from the colleague I trust most is very heartening. My survey work here is nearing its conclusion. Do stay safe. And Nate...
Wild herbs. Alright, was that it? Okay, well, I guess the last quest we have, chat, is to catch a whopper. It is time.
Can't forget supplies.
True endgame, here we go. We might need it to be daytime, though. shit. That was for when I was fighting that one guy. You can actually knock that over. Whee! The fuck is that out there? Is that a turtle? I'm pretty sure that's like a turtle or something. I think that the whopper you need to... Hold on. I'm gonna change the date, change it to daytime. Or morning, I guess.
Should we take a break?
Good idea.
Can you make Alma stay at the camp?
This
I don't know.
place is a massive reservoir of water.
I don't... No, no, no. We need to tire him out, then we reel him in. Woohoo!
Besides of this.
God damn it, Sacred. You're blocking the way. Rotate the stick to reel in. Oh, okay. What, there's an achievement to catch 30 of those?
Welcome back, dear Fisher fellow! And what a glorious whopper you have in tow! Huzzah! Surely you feel it. How much you've improved as an angler and, dare I say, a hunter as well.
Maybe a little, sure.
Oh, to be certain. I could not be prouder of my fellow Fisher fellows fishing, eh, my good fellow? But surely you're not satisfied. Not with so many untold whoppers yet waiting to be hooked.
Trying to catch her last quest, do you mean the one I just did, or? Or is there another one? How do you know that's not her last quest?
Eskinites are a living echo. In short, I want it badly.
Oh.
I long to see a radiant Eskinite. I know that no aquatic.
Is this the last one? A grand Eskinite. Holy shit. Okay, can you guys give me, I'm gonna need some advice here. Where do we go for this? It's probably like a specific spot. Oh, the same location, really? Okay. You think we need to go at night, or can we find it during the day? It has like a shimmer, right? During day is fine too, okay. Night is better. Oh. Yeah, the Palico's got a full tier 8 armor set.
Don't forget supplies.
Look how many gems this fucking quest gives. Oh, an Arkfeld. Oh, whoops. Well, we have a lot of good investigations saved now, so that's nice. It's nice that if you see one, you can save it for later. I mean, it's the same in world anyways. Alright, we need to look for the shiny fish. I think I see it. The tentacle jig, right? I don't know, he's just like looking at it. This is the right one, isn't it?
Let's try to keep a low profile.
Agreed. Let's be careful.
I don't think it's the wrong one. That's what he just gave me. He just gave me the tentacle jig. Wait, this isn't the right fish? It's fucking glowing. What do you mean? Is that really not the Esconite? If that's not the Esconite, then what the fuck is? Okay, so I got unlucky and none of them spawned, I guess? Wait, how do I how do I catch the Goliath squid? I mean, shouldn't this work? It's for tentacles. The head is on the other side, not that fat thing. I don't know what you mean, man. I mean, they're not going for it at all either way. They're not even attracted to it. I mean, I've been trying to tap it once. Doesn't do anything, it seems. Yeah, and... Oh, wait, how do you jig it? Down? Oh, fuck. How did I... Okay, I'm dumb, I guess. I don't know, man. I could have sworn I tried that before, but... Oh, wait, this is bad. There's a rock in the way. I can't catch these guys because the rock's in the way. Alright, well. There's a skill. I don't think I have that. I don't know if I have that.
Hey. Got something in mind? Bar. What are we making today? Bar.
So are you guys saying that there's something that improves fishing from the other games or in this game? Because it's, I don't know what it's called. Okay, well it's not called Outdoorsman. Unless you can't get it on armor. You haven't unlocked the armor yet. Okay. Fishing, grilling, and transporting abilities. Okay, wait, I'm actually kind of curious about this now. What are Gaojas are just like little enemies you can kill, right?
Well, what can I do for you?
It's a monster fish. Okay. So do I need to fish it? Or do I need to... kill it?
Good. Very good indeed.
I'm so confused. Hey, maybe that's it. We found him! We found him! Woohoo!
The size of this.
There's whoppers. Oh, there's another. One gonna like spawn here? I don't think we need whopper. I mean, I know there's an achievement, but. Oh, I see one.
I gathered some materials too. And check your field pouch.
He doesn't care.
The effect of such a prolonged downpour.
I wouldn't be surprised if the monsters in Whatwoods are affected too.
Why doesn't he want to get it? This is the same one, isn't it? Or wait, is this a different fish? Is this not the same guy? Oh, thank God. Oh. There's nothing you can do when they go against, like, the rocks or trees. You're just fucked. Well, you should have paid attention to the tutorial for the fishing, but the way it works is that you have to like hold the line in the direction that they're going. You don't want there to be too much tension, otherwise the line will break. You need to rework the fishing. Did you not watch the tutorial or read the tutorial? Did you just spam through it and now you're like, I don't know how it works. They need to rework it. Because it works fine. I mean, I haven't had any issues with it. Okay, we should be able to get this guy. Alright, so we go in the with the direction of the fish. Oh, he turned around, we hold right. Oh my god. How far is he gonna fucking go? Jesus Christ. So you reel them in when they get tired. Woohoo! I love how the mount is just always in the way. It's kind of annoying. Alright. As soon as it bites, it shows the controls and just breaks. Well, have you been doing the fishing quests, and do you have, like, the better bait? Or are you just trying to catch them without having done the other stuff? Because, yeah, maybe you're, like, fishing... Maybe there's some, like, hidden fishing level or something. I don't know. There's a setting for hiding the mount. Oh, really? Okay, chat, is this where you find the Grand Esconite? Because people were saying that it's here, but I feel like they were confusing it with this thing that we caught just now. I mean, we can just keep reloading until we get it, I guess. Area 12 downpour nighttime. Okay. Oh, I really need to get some dinner, guys. I'm like so hungry. Where in Area 12? Like here or? Oh yeah, probably. Probably by all like the platinum fish and stuff. I think that was in this area maybe. The big lake. Yeah, that's over here, right? I think. At the Woodwood hideout? Yeah. Are you talking about where I marked on the map?
The water over there seems pretty deep.
Or somewhere else. You walked past him? Oh. Okay. You can also go deeper in, I think, but okay, I see. Wait, did you say downpour? Is that what it... What the fuck does inclemency even mean? Oh, okay. I see. God, this game is so confusing sometimes. Oh my god.
Potential target is appearing. Check your map when you're ready. The water over there seems pretty deep. I bet it's brimming with fish.
Well, there's none here, but I feel like there might be some deeper in. Honestly, it was such a missed opportunity for them to make. They should have made this like a fishing spot. Oh. Holy shit. Yeah. It's so hard to catch these guys unless like they love to to run directly into the rock.
What do you suppose?
And there's just nothing you can do.
It looks quite old.
That thing? Ah, the thing, of course.
I think there are places in this forest that only sun could convert to.
It's worth investigating.
It's an Ustuma.
The squid?
It's been as terrifying as it is beautiful.
You're not talking about this guy who's walking around, right? Because that's who we saw swimming around, but... Or did we see it when we were swimming through? I don't know. Do we just keep reloading? Like, I don't... I don't know what to do. You say it takes a bit of time for fish to spawn, but like the NPC even said, oh, it looks like this is a spot that's brimming with fish. And then there's like nothing here. So you had 3 of them here? Are you sure you just didn't get lucky? I feel like I could just be sitting here for like... Does this game have cheat protection? Can I cheat engine and make it like 10x speed and see if anything spawns? Cause I don't... Yeah, dude, I know it's close to the cave. There's nothing here. It's just... I feel like I should just reload. You're saying that I need to sit here and wait for it to spawn, but I feel like nothing's going to spawn. But maybe it will. You need to wait, some bosses are like that, but yeah, but this isn't a boss, this is a fish. Cave behind the waterfall in zone 8. Is there another waterfall? You're not talking about the one right there, right?
That looks like a good place to set up camp.
The water over there seems pretty deep. I bet it's brimming with fish.
Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. Dude. Yeah, I guess it is all patience. I should have waited for him to get closer. He was too close to the side, so... That wasn't the right fish anyways.
Time for a quick break. The water over there seems pretty deep. I bet it's brimming with fish. A potential target is appearing. Check your map when you're ready.
How are all these? I can't even fucking like see him. Okay. Feel like he was close enough. I should have been able to pull him in, but I guess not. Area 17 is where you saw a bunch. Yeah, I guess it's just random. I mean, she even says that it's like a good fishing spot.
It's worth investing. The Leviathan is terrifying as it is beautiful.
Well, that's like a... Spear tuna. I don't believe you're in the right portion of the lake. Okay, then where should I be? 'Cause I don't know, people have been telling me places to check and it's not there, so I don't know, man. Tell me where to go. Wilds or stalker? What? They're not even comparable.
Target has appeared. Check your map when you're ready.
Dude, I don't know, man. It's not fucking spawning here. I've checked this like fucking 10 times. I've already caught those the fucking squids. We don't. North of 12. Okay, where does it spawn then? Oh my fucking god. Alright, where does it spawn? Green bag? Are you talking about the Vigor Wasp? God, I feel like I have brain damage right now, dude. Jesus. This is where I found all the platinum fish
Is that
before.
creature holding something?
I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking it's just a chance to spawn. Sorry, I'm just getting such a headache because there's like so much misinformation in chat. It's like, go to area 17, go to area 8, go to area 17, go to area 12, go to this place. It's like,
Suppose this.
and it's not in any of the places anybody is saying, and this is way too small. I'm just going crazy, dude. I'm just using so many of my fucking points resting over and over again. It's like fucking obnoxious. I mean, whatever. I have 20,000. It's just like, oh my god. Sorry, I'm like really hungry right now too, and I just want to catch this fucking fish, and I'm just.
Time for a quick break.
I'm sorry if I'm a little like grumpy or agitated. I just. Ugh.
You, Printman. I like man.
Today feel lucky. Nah, meaning I don't feel lucky today. Look, 2 more of these fucking ones. And another Gaju. Great. Dude, like, imagine, dude, this thing's gonna spawn and it's gonna like fucking, it's gonna swim into the fucking tree and I'm gonna fail and it's gonna despawn. And then I'm gonna have to spend another hour trying to get it to fucking spawn again, dude. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, you can't not catch it? Really? Okay. What, you don't have to do the mini game with the Esconite or something? Oh, okay. Alright, dude, why won't it spawn? Should I like maybe I should like teleport out and come back? I don't know, dude. Should I like leave this map? I'm gonna leave the map. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here for a sec.
Let's check the map first.
I'm like, I don't know what the hell's happening. I don't think they're definitely in any location. I'm pretty sure it's just a random chance to spawn. And I'm just incredibly unlucky.
This place is a massive reservoir of water.
Yep. Oh my god. Wait, is that it? Nope, that's another fucking squid. Wait, could I have used my capture net when I was underwater that one time? Oh my god, maybe I could have. Wait a sec. Okay, hold on. Let's go. Doesn't count. Okay. Because this guy in chat is saying it does count, but I guess they're just wrong. Please, game. Please give me the fucking fish. I need this fish. Yeah, I know you're trying to help. I'm sorry. Like again, I'm sorry. I'm just this is like giving. This is so annoying. And then everybody like, you know, I go to one area and it's not there, and then somebody's like, "Oh, dude, you're not checking the right area, bro. The guide says you need to check area 8." Is that it? What do I use for it again? The tentacle, right? Okay, you guys are not gonna fucking ruin this. If I equip the ghillie, do they leave? Like, they're aggroed now, aren't they? Did they forget? Get over here! Yes! Yes! Oh! We did it! We did it! Dude, oh my god, that was horrible. Why was that so hard, man? Am I coming? Maybe. Maybe I am. Right?
Oh, yes! Truly, the specimen radiates a glow unlike a common escunite. Well caught, my friend! Now, tell me exactly how it went down in painstaking detail. Be alarmingly thorough. No, wait, I retract my request.
Oh, okay.
As an angler, I need to catch one for myself. However long that takes.
Yeah, you'll have a great time.
I can respect that. Best of luck then.
Just reload the world over and over.
Oh, it is the escunite who'll need that luck. Just you watch. I'll land it yet. That's right. I had an inside line on a tip sure to hook your attention.
Wait,
Fisher
what?
fellow. There are reports of rare specimens beyond just Eskinites, and unknown fish besides. Juicy, hmm? You're struggling to contain the angling urge, I can tell.
I thought you guys said this was the last
Let's
quest.
bring more baiting.
Oh, maybe it is the last quest. She's just telling me there's more stuff you can catch, which there is. Okay, I think that is... We have done an... I believe? Wait, what is this quest? Wait,
I was given a message for you. Yes. Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Oh shit, wait, what the hell? They're full? Oh, was that because I rested like a million times? It just passed a bunch of time. That's nice, at least. That's a lot of fucking sleep herbs. Nullberry. Oh, so much flash bug. Oh, nice. It's level 3 as well.
They said this was our share from the Fire Spring Festival.
Alright, well damn. So we've basically done every mission in the game, chat, as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's well, maybe there's something new on the map, but yeah. I mean, we could still, you know, try to get decorations. These are rarity 5 decorations. Okay, rarity 6.
I heard from the others.
Well, I didn't finish everything. I mean, I could still go, like, grind the best gear set in the game. So yeah, we have an Arkveld investigation. It's a good amount of gems there. Yeah, these are rare. So you want to go for rarity 6 gems, I think, or orbs. Also rarity 6. See, these are rarity 7 weapon fragments, though. So people were saying you can get rarity 8 weapon fragments, but I haven't seen any yet. Maybe my hunter rank isn't high enough to get rarity 8 tempered fragments, but it's been fun, Brogboy. The game is definitely a little too easy, though. I do think it's a little on the easy side, but I'm like 50 HR 54. Wow, we have 41% affinity. It's a lot.
Yaha.
I do want to try to make like a full set of armor and everything though. I would like to make
What are you
a,
making today?
I don't know which one. Maybe I should set up like a wish list or something. No, there's rarity 8 armor. See, it's right here. Oh, do you mean for the tempered monsters? So what? Even if even if the fragments are rarity 7, it makes a rarity 8 weapon, the red ones. Because to be fair, I don't think I have.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
crack
I
the
only have
ancient
the blue and the
mysteries.
purple ones, so I guess the reds make the rarity 8s.
Anything catch your eye? Yo.
These bracers have level 2 weakness exploit. I mean, the best thing is to get those gems on the gear, but I feel like it's still quite difficult to, because so the mechanic to make getting decorations easier, as far as I'm aware, is hold on, let's go. A gather boost? Oh. A settlement is having monster trouble. My god, it's like fucking Fallout.
Hey. Anything catch your eye?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure what gear I would want to make.
Done already?
Let me see. Check my equipment info. I mean, rarity 7 versus rarity 8 isn't even that big of a difference, truthfully. Oh wow, we should replace our belt.
Sure. Got something in mind? Yo.
What does resentment do? Oh, it has speed eating. Oh, this one has weakness exploit.
Whoa.
look good.
Alright, perfection.
Yeah, it's 3 slot.
Yeah.
Is level 1 though. What did our old belt have in it? Effectiveness of flash items. Oh yeah, the dive jewel. That one's kind of cool. So many gems. Jesus.
Anything catch your eye?
Hunter, I wonder how you get Hunter symbol 3. Oh, these gloves have... Oh, right. These were the ones I was looking at before that had weakness exploit. They're level 1s, though. Convert element. Speed eating level 2. I imagine you'd probably want to go for these ones, honestly. Probably just a bunch of the level 1 gems. Are the set bonuses good? Let's see. Guardian Arc Belt's Vitality. Restores a moderate amount of health when destroying a wound. Yeah. Arkveld's Hunger? Regenerate a small amount of your health as you continuously attack a monster. Or Magala's Tyranny. Infects you with frenzy when against large monster. I mean, that seems good. It's like an attack power boost, I guess. Honestly, I like my helm. I like the... Okay, so I think we would want to get... Add that to our wish list. That's the gloves that we would want to get. And we'd probably want to get some new pants, too. What does elemental absorption do? T-armor skill description using Y's submenu. Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, that's a lot better. I asked multiple times how you do it, and nobody knew, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna keep doing it this way. Oh, okay. Elemental absorption's kind of whatever. What is the plus affinity one called? Expert? Oh, is that only on... Can you only have expert gems on weapons? Is that only like a weapon one? So we could basically have, well, we'd have level 1 from that, 2 levels from the gloves, and then 2 levels from the belt. So that would give us level 5 weakness exploit. I wonder... There's also like part breaker, right? Can you get that on armor? Plus 25 attack after eating well done steak. Oh, it's right here. There's level 2 part breaker here. Easier to inflict wounds. Oh, part breaker and flare. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I guess I would want... And then I would want to replace my chest piece with... Maybe I could get flare. Wait. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just made the Arkfeld stuff like the best. It has such good skills on it.
What are we making today?
Can you, like, view your wish list? Oh, here we go.
Stranger.
Got something in mind?
Stranger. Thank you.
I find it weird that the chess piece... It's like level 1. I don't know. I guess I would assume the chess piece would have... A Vade window would be kind of nice. Wait, what is the... Well, the set bonus just heals you. It's not even like... It's not even a damage set bonus. It doesn't even really matter. Also, my wish list has... Yeah, they're both just healing ones.
What are we making today?
I guess I would maybe just make this one. I don't know, it has no sockets though. But it does have a level 3 socket, or this one has level 3 sockets. So like technically if you found a flare gem, you could get up to like level, I guess this would be the best one. Because if you found a flare gem, like a level 3 flare gem, you could get I would have level 5 flare, level 5 weakness exploit. Oh, there's a flare charm.
Anything catch your eye?
Hmm. Oh yeah, there is. Oh, the Guardian Secret Feather.
Look good?
Can you not upgrade these? I thought you could, but...
Anything catch your eye?
See, it says there's like upgrade list, but... I can't like scroll to it. You don't have any materials for it? That's so fucked up. Wait. So... I literally... What do you mean make one first? I just made one.
Ready to get to work?
Wait. So... I think you just can't upgrade the flare talisman. I'm pretty sure. It's a rarity 4, so I guess it just... You can? Okay, well... Why the fuck do I guess I don't have the materials that I need for it. Yeah, we haven't seen a tempered arc veld yet. Maybe our hunter rank isn't high enough for that, I guess. No, I believe you. I believe you. It's fine. Yeah, my hunter rank might not be high enough. What are you, like HR 70 or something? I'm 57, you can see it? What do you mean I can see it? You mean like it can pop up for me? Okay. Oh, I guess we've just been unlucky then. So yeah, we haven't seen a tempered arc veld yet, but
Yes.
we have 2 arc veld investigations, but yeah, they're normal arc veld. New Udra counts too. There's always a lot of SOS up for tempered arc veld. But how can I? No. He had it was so many gems.
Understood.
The fuck? There's no gems in this one. Oh, whatever. do some jolly cooperation. I wonder how fast these tempered Arkveld fights will be with a group.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
I'm coming, team.
You can carve materials off of small monsters as well.
Felicia, wait. Is nobody fucking here with me? Somebody's here. Ow. Ow. I don't know this guy's moveset very well. Oh my fuck, I'm getting fucked on. Oh, we got a mount. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Sorry, team. I suck.
I'm glad you're alright. Don't worry, you'll get him next time.
You'll get him next time. Divine Blessing helps, yeah. I have some Divine Blessing on. He does hit pretty hard, though. I should probably put on, like, Rocksteady Mantle. Oh boy. This might actually potentially be Jover, fellas. Oh, that's on me. Divine Blessing 3 charm. Yeah. He fucking shreds, dude. Holy shit. This boy actually fucking hurts. I don't know if we're gonna... I don't know if this team... I might fucking fail this for us, honestly. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to trap, but I have no traps. I'm actually fucking scared, dude. Oh, we fucking paralyzed him. one-shot us? Okay, I'm gonna get divine protection. Holy fuck.
I'm glad you're all right. Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out, okay?
Can I make the talisman?
Get your eye?
Wait, is it divine blessing? This is the one I want, right? Traps? Yeah, I know. Dude, I literally... I guess you weren't watching, but during the fight I said, oh, I wanted to use my trap, but I don't have any because I forgot to restock. Chotacabra. Is that just a...
You know where to find me. Well, what can I do for you?
Hello.
I should also use like an ancient potion, right? Does that boost you past food buff? Oh, we need bitter bug broth. It doesn't? Oh, okay.
Right.
Am I actually should I just do a low rank by myself? I probably should. I don't know if I should. Well, didn't go in anyways. I have a rarity 8 weapon. I mean, I think I can kill stuff. I can kill it really fast if it's low rank anyways.
Right. Commencing quest now.
Yeah, you can also get defender buff from food. That was quick. That was just bullying.
This thing's a trove of new data.
Now, Monster Hunter is about the end game, and to be fair, like, it took a while for Monster Hunter World to get to the point it is today, so I'm sure Wilds will be great in time.
Hey. Got something in mind? Ready to get to work?
Rathian. Alright, we gotta do Rathian. High rank Rathian.
Yes.
Started 10 minutes ago. So, okay, I'm curious. If you join a hunt when it's like at the very end, do you still get full rewards? Can you just like cheese your way to like stuff by doing that? Not after 10 minutes. Maybe it was too late here then. Well, we'll see, I guess. Assuming it actually joins. Come on, game, you can do it. Come on. Alright, well, that's awkward.
Sensing quest. I'm happy to help anytime.
Wait, what? Wait.
A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
Do you think the Rathian is already damaged from the group that I joined in on? Because it just said that I got loot from the thing getting attacked. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Monster fight? I think he was hurt already. That was chill. Oh, speed eating. Oh, an expert jewel. Nice. I mean, we found we actually got an expert 3 gem, which we have on our weapon right now. Just like super good. It's 12% affinity. I have to go again. I don't think I got 3 spikes. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we could double check, but I think you're right.
Got something in mind?
Oh, no, we did good. Oh, wait, no. That's the upgrade. Never mind. We got 0 spikes, actually.
Right.
8 minutes ago. Perfect. Cut the tail. I mean, the thing is, I'm only gonna get tail from cutting the tail anyways, right? Yeah, I think we have 41% affinity right now with our weapon, which is pretty good, I think. Online keeps like bugging out when I try to join people though. I feel like it kicked me out again, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have an Ardian weapon yet, but I'll... Or well,
I'll be waiting here.
Okay, so this is my current weapon.
What are we making today?
I have the Rarity 8 Lala weapon. That's a paralysis longsword with 15% affinity on it.
See you later.
But I don't have the parts to make an Ardian weapon yet. Started 45 minutes ago? Bro is AFK for sure. Hopefully it doesn't bug out this time. Every time I try to join, it just like lags out. I don't... Maybe it's just been bad luck.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Honestly, I really, really like having a paralysis longsword. It feels so good. Maybe it's not that good, but I don't know. You just get so many procs. I have this longsword has paralysis, and I also have paralysis 3. Yeah, I know you can put I've already made one of the Ardian weapons, but I don't have like the highest level parts for it. Dude, what is my fucking character doing? Oh my god, my character is being fucking dumb as shit. Whee! Dang. guys. I got him paralyzed. Oh, he's dead. Any spikes?
This is a rare research opportunity. Can't let it go to waste.
There's a fourth player in here? Oh. Did I get no spikes again? Recovery up, charge master. Okay, I will cut the tail. I can join one that's like just started. I could definitely cut the tail on my own still. Or like I could do a solo hunt and just go for the tail, but if I join one that it's just started, it should be fine. You know what? We can actually see. Does a tempered Rathian drop? Might as well do a tempered, right? Oh, whoops. Just so we have a chance to get like gem or something, I guess. We should have like higher. Some quests with predefined rewards. Yeah, I was looking through stuff to see if that was possible, but I didn't see anything.
Are you prepared?
Does anyone know how the limit for how many camps you can have works?
Can't move.
Oh, he might die. Oh shit. Hate that the camps break. Well, not the safe ones. I need to go for the tail. What? fucking hit, dude.
Can't move.
This fucking hitbox. Oh, he is being really rude. Oh my god, dude.
This way, this way!
Set up the... Dude, set up the trap! Dude, I'm trying to hit the tail, guys. It's just... Dude, every single time I go to pull out the flash pod, he just lands. It's like, I want to use it, but he just... Yeah, there we go. Give me that butt. Dude, what is going on? I'm pressing buttons and nothing's happening. Oh, one spike. Hey, there's another tail here. Oh, he pooped him. Oh, too bad. We're gonna get another paralyzed soon. Oh shit. I fucked up the sneak attack, guys. Sorry. Maybe they were still able to. What the hell was I just doing? Dude, I'm getting, I need like the flinch free or whatever, dude. I'm getting stunned by my teammates constantly. Yeah, I know. That's why I said I need flinch free. Put down the trap, dudes! I can't... We would have captured it, guys, but you just had to keep hitting me.
Looks like the monster dropped.
I can't fucking put down the trap because I'm getting bonked in my ass constantly, dude.
I set a trap. It's fast asleep.
Now they don't have to carve. Shock absorber. Okay, well, yeah, I know the skills in the game because I saw it before. Did we still only get one spike, man? Ooh, heroics. I feel like that might be good. Sharp. I'm pretty sure we still only have one.
Hey. What are we making today?
We have one spike, guys. Should we just like run around and just like cut tails? Would that be better? Dude, I don't even know what to do. You can get them from a quest reward, right? And I guess I'm just getting unlucky.
Right.
Like these are the potential rewards. I don't think any of them actually give spikes though. The tempered ones give spike plus. Yeah, that's what I need. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we got one from the tail already. I think it might have bugged out. Oh, no, it worked.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
All right, well, I guess I'm by myself. Hey, let's just try to cut the tail. Wait, it looks like somebody's fighting it, though. Oh, we got a spike. That.
Does this look bad to you?
That's nice. How have I not paralyzed him yet? Oh, there we go. Oh, come on. Oh, he's already almost dead. We need one more spike. Oh, they're gonna fucking kill it, dude. God, it's so fucking awkward aiming at this goddamn thing, dude. If he's not, like, on the... Oh, nice. Are you serious, dude? How did I get pushed away? Dude, you gotta be kidding me! I was like right there. Okay, whatever. It's hard to cut tail in multiplayer, yeah. Wait, was that a... Did I get a spike? I got another ruby. Oh, a spike! Nice. Okay, we got it. It's all good. Yeah, I guess because it got scaled... Like, the monster got scaled up, it's harder to cut the part. I guess if I was, like, by myself, it would have been easier. Maybe. Medicine. Another heroics jewel. All right. Now it is time to do Tempered Arc Veld with our better defense boost.
Hey.
What is heroic? Hmm. Well, I mean, we have plus 100 defense and 10% attack when we almost, I mean, we close to having well, wait, maybe we have, do I have a level 1 potential jewel? Doesn't seem like it.
What are we making today?
All right.
Done already?
Level 3 Divine Blessing. All right, let's go try Tempered Arcveld, chat. The big man himself. Oh, it's not investigation. Holy shit. No, not any. Oh. "12 minutes ago." What? Oh my god, look at that fucking one. That's insane. Dude, there is so, like... How many fucking people are doing this shit at the same time? Started 19 minutes ago? I guess I just have to do it like instantly. Jesus. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. Here's to hoping it actually puts me in the lobby. God damn it!
Yes. Hello.
Dude, why is it so hard to fucking join people? There's so many lobbies. I refuse to believe they're all fucking full. Like, started 15 minutes ago? Oh my god. All right, you know what? I had better. Somebody told me. Somebody told me to set language worldwide, but I had better success. Like, there's just one person, but I have a feeling I'll be able to join them easier. I think setting it to worldwide is bait.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Well, and try to do it solo, I guess. Well, actually, we could, Will people be able to join me? I guess it's just gonna put in the random NPCs.
Good. I made it in time.
Well, at least we can fight him. Wow, we already paralyzed him? I wanted to parry that, but it was... I don't have the timing down quite right. Oh, my team saved me. Oh, that hit me? Sure. Oh no.
We must fall back.
Tried to dodge, but nope.
Understood.
So are all the other, are like the NPCs in my group just attacking it, or what are they doing? Are you fucking serious? Dude. Oh my god. This guy is so scary. I fucking broke the wound. No. Oh my god, what's happening? butt. What? What the?
Seems that did the trick.
I feel like we barely even like dented this guy.
How do we tackle this beast?
Most tempered monsters are pretty easy, but this arc belt is quite tough. Oh, he's gonna fucking fall down again, isn't he? Alright, he's giga distracted. We're destroying his ass.
I still have fight in me.
What is this fucking hitbox? What the fuck is happening, bro? Was I attacking his tail or his arm, dude? I don't even know. I think it was his arm. What do you mean I don't hit focus points? I literally just did it, dude. Oh! What the fuck? I can't see. Use the fucking hell. Dude. Oh my God. Oh, he's low. Wait, can I capture this guy? I can, right? Come here, bud. Dude. Who's this random ass fucking pig? No, no, don't. No. Come here. He flew over my track. Get over here! Yeah, shoot him in the face, Rosso. Fuck him up. Hey, we got a tail. Oh, the hunter symbol 3s. Cool. Oh, rarity 8. People said that you don't get rarity 8 Ardian pieces, but you do. Mighty. Maximum might. That might be good. Nice. Alright, time to do it again. We might be able to make a piece of armor now. We should use our armor spheres on the new stuff that we make. Yeah, Arkveld armor seems like the best.
Anything catch your eye?
Forge from wishlist.
Hello.
We need new Udra and Uthduna.
Done already? Yes.
Well, the thing is, I would like to do one that gives a guaranteed gem, but I don't know if there's any that do.
Understood.
Well, I was searching, but there was like barely anything. I mean, I searched worldwide. I changed it to worldwide. There was nothing. Can you get the gem in low rank? I don't think you get a guaranteed one in low rank. I mean, if we keep waiting, we'll probably find one with the gem, right? Or maybe we just do it and just hope that we get a gem. Wait, this says bird wyvern. Oh, new Udra flame gem. That's the one we need. What is 3? Oh, that's good. I don't know if I'll be able to join, but... Because that has... you get 3 extra items from the target monster, which means those could be gems, I think. Yeah, I mean, I could host sessions, but I don't think people in chat are, like, high enough level to do, like, co-op.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Well, I don't know. Do you think it's possible to get an investigation with a guaranteed flame gem? There probably is one, right? Like, maybe it's best just to wait, but I guess we could kill him.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, Trayvon, thank you for the 34 months. Wow. You roll the map until you get some crazy stuff. Is there a what do you mean? Chat, I'm doing it. I'm using the focus thing. Yeah, I did it. Oh, damn. Yeah, you can cut off the arms. Oh, I thought he was doing something else. Should have done it again. I don't know how those didn't count as parries, but whatever. He's gotta be like close to dead, right? Well, ish. Surely. Doing no fucking damage. Oh, I need a repair, dude. Holy shit. My weapon is fucked. I have no more traps, chat. It's the Lala Barina one. It's a paralysis longsword. Oh, right, the tentacle. Hmm. I don't know where it is. I can't fucking find it on the map anymore. I don't know. I thought I was fighting him. I thought I was fighting him up here, but fucking map is so confusing.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
I don't know, dude. I give up. I don't care about the tail that much. Fucking hell. It's more frustration than it's worth, dude. I don't know where it is. No, by the time I get to him now, I'm not gonna have, he's gonna have fucking healed too much, and I'm not gonna be able to capture him anymore. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna have to lower his health. Actually, it looks like he's still low enough. Come on, give me a gem. No, I saw the tail on the ground. I should just carve it even like mid-fight. Oh, dang. Counterattack. Yeah, monsters like regenerate a tiny amount. It's not much, but like I was fighting a monster earlier today and it was in capture range, and then it ran. I had to go to the camp to restock my items, and when I came back, he had healed a little bit, so I wasn't able to capture him right away. Okay, you know what? Let's add, because this keeps happening. We might as well add Thunderbug, capacitors, and trap tools to our loadout, as well as flash bug phosphor, so we can make more flash bugs if we need to. And then we can also add I think it's just the spider. Wait. Oh shit, we used all of our spider web. Oh no, I think you need net, but yeah, we don't have any.
Yes. Everyone in the village said they can help too.
We need bitterbug broth. Alright, that's fine.
They said this was our share from the Fire Spring Festival.
Yes. Understood.
Maki would like to offer a meal. Oh, a gem? An arc filled with a gem? I don't know if we need a gem, but we should maybe save that as an investigation. Yeah, it's not tempered, but the gems are the same, I'm pretty sure. Tempered just gives you, like, the tempered materials. Okay.
I'm happy to help
Well, what else is it that we need?
What are we making today?
Oh, we need Uth Duna as well. Oh, we already have gems, so I guess that's fine. We need a Jin gem and an Uth Duna gem. I think we might have one with a gem, like an investigation saved. Maybe not. Oh, look at that. Boom. Oh, no. Maybe somehow I'll still get in. Somebody might fail to join. Same one, dude. Why is it even still appearing? I mean, if it puts me in and like kicks me out, I don't even care, dude. I just want this investigation. Fuck. Oh, this one has a gem. 1 out of 4. Oh, come on. Everyone's trying to snipe him, dude. Fuck. Let me join! Oh, I need that gem. Oh. Oh, it's the bait one. Fucking one just keeps. Why does it still appear? Why you do this to me, game? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fucking get into one of these, dude. It seems like there's a lot of people doing what I'm doing. Can I make a room? Yeah, but the thing is, so like there's specific.
Understood.
Okay, you know what? All right, let's check something. If I rest, will it like spawn in new monsters? Does that work? Because maybe I could like get it to spawn. Yeah, there's a guaranteed reward. Join in prep instead of quick start. Yeah, I could. I don't feel like that would make a difference, but I could. Well, quests have it worked the exact same way in Monster Hunter World. There were investigations that would spawn, and you could, you know, add them to your log. Well, it seems like you are able to rest to get a new set of monsters. Well, yeah, Ovan, you can do the same thing in this, I'm pretty sure. Who is it that wants to give me a meal? Is the game fucking trolling me?
I heard from the others.
Maki would like to offer you a meal. Okay. That is so confusing, man. I guess you're just meant to remember the names of the NPCs. Dude, I don't fucking remember their names. It's just like Maki wants to give you a meal, but then there's no icon on the map. Or maybe there is. Maybe I'm just blind. Whatever. That's so dumb. Oh my god. All right, whatever.
I heard from the others.
Yes.
"19 minutes ago."
I'll be waiting here.
Honestly, I think our our best bet is gonna be to just keep resting until we get what we need. Well, I mean, the thing is, I would be fine farming for the gem, but if there's the possibility to just get a quest where you get it guaranteed, like, why would you farm for it? You know what I mean?
Sabar.
It's kind of dumb, honestly. I wouldn't. I mean, this is easier, but I wouldn't mind just doing the fight over and over again. It's kind of hype when you actually get the drop. Zoo Woo.
Right. Understood.
Okay, does anyone know, is there a limit to the amount of investigation quests you can have? Because if not, I should probably just, like, fucking save an investigation for every gem that I see. I mean, it says 12 saved. Like I definitely I did kind of screw up not, you know, saving more investigations. I did try to pick I tried to save the ones that were like multiple stuff at once, but wait, tempered new Udra, we just, oh, it's not a gem though.
Hi.
Rathalos ruby. Save it as embed. We don't need that, but oh, there's just a single Rathalos there, I guess. We have a tempered new Udra, but no gem.
Right.
You have a luck voucher. What does that voucher do? Just increase your odds or something? Okay, I don't know why I waited. I just wanted to make sure that was the right reward. Probably would have been full anyways, but... Wait, that's not, well, that's not the gem we want anyways. There's so many all of a sudden. Please work. No, 10 minutes ago. Oh my god. Oz champ? Please fucking... Please, for the love of God, let me play. At the very least, it gives me the mission, but it kicks me out. Because a lot of the time you'll like get the, it'll like start the mission, but then everyone will like get DC'd. So. That happens, that's okay. It's probably what's gonna happen, hopefully.
Let's have another coffee.
Yep, there we go.
Maybe they should have surprised. Let's put them to use.
I got the quest. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind if this happens. I mean, it's faster if we have a team, but like the main thing that I want is the quest, right? So I don't really mind. Oh, I should have sneak attacked. Is he gonna roar? No, it doesn't let you SOS because it says you're not the party leader, I think. to the quest leader. Oh, come on. Dude, the divine blessing is so strong. I just take like no damage. Am I doing no damage because he's like mounted right now? I didn't want to destroy that wound. My health's kind of low. Whoa.
We must fall back.
Should have had that. What the? How did that not count as a foresight slash? What? Oh wow, okay. There we go. I'm surprised I didn't get the foresight slash there. What in the world? Does this guy even have a tail to cut? No, let's might as well get these. Maybe I need them for something, I don't know. I think I actually needed Colossal Bone for something a while ago. do want to try it. I do want to still use some more, like some other weapons. It's just, it's becoming a little harder to like try to use multiple weapons. Although, well actually that's not true, because you can make weapons from the tempered parts, so we should be able to make some new stuff after we do tempered arc weld a few more times. We might actually be able to make something already. Oh, he's out at the he's out by the water. So much. Okay, the wounds do so much damage. I definitely need to like hit every wound that I run into. So fast. You think you can cut this guy's tail off? $3,000 damage it does. Holy. That's a lot. I could have done one more hit. This guy's gotta be low. He's not letting me hit his wounds. Oh my god. So, he's moved around so much. There we go. There's so many wounds to break. All right. Uthduna water gem. Huge. Oh, flare 3? Holy shit. Yes, we wanted that. Nice. That's actually really good. It's only +1. What do you mean it's only, why would it? Oh, a level 3 gem is only 1. Well, I guess it's a really good skill, so. I don't even have any I need to make a,
Anything catch your
my
eye?
chest piece will be able to hold that. Has a level 3 socket. I need 2 white arc pelts, though. Okay. Well, we just need to kill Arkveld more.
Done already?
I heard from the others.
Well, we can see if we can find one for, New Udra, maybe? Probably too late. Maybe somehow we'll get lucky. Oh, shit. The back-to-back? It's both the gems that we need. The full quests linger in the search for way too long. They don't always, but sometimes they do. Probably bugged out again, but hopefully I'm in the quest.
Have another hunt with no surprises today.
Alright, well. Classic. I mean, honestly though, I don't like it could be so much worse. Like imagine it kicked you out and you didn't even get the quest. Because then it would be like so frustrating trying to do this, but this is fine.
Let's see what you got.
Not the fishing rod, no. Oh, that was sick. The double parry. I tried to parry that. I didn't think it was gonna be that fast though. I could have parried it. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I might be dead. Oh, I'm okay. No, not the monster down. Good job, team. Just keep pulling out my fishing pole by accident. Okay, we need to hit the wounds. Like, look how much damage that shit does. It's insane. I should be going for mounts more often. Oh no. It's gotta be low. That's not what I meant to do. Well, we can tame it now. Or tame it, we can capture it. Good night, Yaroid. Thanks for the help earlier. I really need to... Hey, what map are we in right now? Basin? Oh, the oil well? We need to get better camps set up here, because we don't have, like, camps in these lower areas at all. We need to, like, go through this map and see...
Spotted.
There's gotta be some better camps we could set up somewhere. I don't know if this is gonna work. Hopefully it does. He looks so weird when he's... Oh, that's awkward.
Hit it with everything. Another quest down.
Another quest down. The Udra Flame Gem. Ooh, Evasion 2. Razor Sharp. We have 2 Evasion 2 gems now. Alright, we gotta do Tempered Arkfeld now. I know somebody in chat said they had a good one.
Understood.
You know what? Let's actually talk to Gemma. We might... Alright, so we can forge... I mean, we could try something else. Well, we could...
Who doesn't love a little ancient technology?
Make a fire charge blade. What is... Well, we could make fire dual blades.
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries.
Oh, I guess that's just for extra affinity. Oh, so...
Who doesn't love a little ancient technology? I'm ready to work. I don't really have that many good jewels for the greatsword. Like, I don't know what's good for the greatsword, but... Now that's a good choice.
I heard from the others.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta kill Arkfeld more. Come on. Do you think, wait, this guy has it set so that you need to approve? I don't think he's gonna approve me, to be honest.
Yes.
Nice.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
All right. I'm coming, team. It's an insect glaive and a greatsword? Oh, is there voice chat in this too? I don't know if there's a camp that would have been closer here. Maybe. Guy's almost dead. Dude, do we have two people with paralysis weapons? We're gonna frickin' constantly proc it on this guy.
I set a bomb. I set a bomb. Bomb set.
I need to get the mega barrel bombs. Oh shit. Nice. Oh no. Well, sorry, team. My defender skill did not activate. Please don't kick me. God, that move is so scary. We could definitely, we're like close to being able to tank 2 hits, but just not quite enough. Do longswords still knock allies over? I don't know. But we have an insect glaive who's like in the air a lot probably, and a guy arranged, so hopefully I'm not trolling the... Oh, nice.
I set a bomb. Bomb set.
Oh, damn, he got the tail. Somebody's mounted it. Hopefully that wasn't BM. Hopefully everybody got the tail. I think that's what they were getting while I was running over there, since I looted the tail mid-combat. Yeah, I normally sharpen while I'm like riding around. I just... Opening shot, blast attack. Hunter highlights dist, nothing. Okay, game. I see how it is.
Hey. Got something in mind? Hello.
All right, I'm gonna make the chess piece, I think. Well, actually, I guess the biggest upgrade is the greaves in terms of defense.
Look good? Alright, perfection. Hello. Ready to get to work? Perfection. I'm ready to work. Alright, perfection.
All right, we need just a bit more Archveld stuff. Oh wait, there's no point in having protection jewel because we have the talisman on. Do you like the dive jewel? Oh. Oh man, this gem, I feel like this gem menu could be done so much better. It's like, it's kind of fucking annoying.
Hello.
Like when you click on the gem, it doesn't even go to where it is in the list, which is also like really obnoxious.
Hello.
I don't even know if...
Fits you to a T.
Okay, wait, we have part breaker on this. Okay, so we don't need... Wait, are the chest and arms part breaker?
Got
See.
something in mind?
Chest is flare and weakness exploit. Okay. So no. So we need one part breaker, but not two. All right, so we have level 4 evasion, so that's pretty sick. It'd be nice if we had a level 1 earplugs, because then we could get max. We have another sheath jewel, I guess. Sure.
What are we making today?
Damn, you need like a lot of armor spheres.
Hello. I'm ready to work. Now that's a good choice. Sure.
It's actually so nice how easy it is to make weapons, though. Maybe we'll
Doesn't
try a
love
gun
ancient
lance.
Technology. You know where to
I
find
think we
me.
need to get more parts, though.
Yes.
I know somebody in chat said they had like a good investigation before. Oh. Dude, getting like, those combo ones are insane. Got like 9 out of 8 rewards. Like the one, like this one that I'm looking at right now. Or like the, is it like a combo one? I mean, either way, that's good. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I wonder if I have any... Yeah, the rewards are insane. Oh look, a flame gem. It's what I needed before. I'm gonna save that. Can you do investigations multiple times in this chat? Do you know? Or is it just one time? You get 3. I see. I also have a tempered arc veld investigation. I don't know how much it is though. Let me see. Oh wait. Oh, I have 1. Oh yeah. So it's a. I mean, if people want to join this, we could. I could post it. How do I post it? Oh, I have to accept and prep.
First, right?
I mean, if somebody wants to join me for this, could do it. How do I like make a party? Well, in World, it was just like a session ID.
Whoa.
Well, what can I do for you?
I heard from the others.
Ah,
Yo.
just let me know when you're ready. Yes. Understood.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Here's the lobby ID. DJ3W66SD.
Right.
Let's get the Moxie to prevent fainting. Or Helldivers 2 with Ella? No. I don't think so. I very much doubt it. Alright, is there anybody who's joined? I'm by myself.
All by myself.
Tried to, but it didn't join. Oh, Asago has accepted. Who was that? Solarunts? Maybe it's bugging out. Well, there's quite a few people in the lot. Oh, you have to join the lobby and then you have to like go to the quest board, I think, right? All right, we got it. We got people. Nice. If I depart with them preparing, is it fine? I don't know. Yeah, 122 is actually insane. They just join later. Okay. Well, hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't like kick that guy out. But they might be able to join. Should be able to join like mid mission.
Commencing quest by order of the guild. A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
Oh, did it start everybody at the base camp? You know, okay, wait, is there... Oh, I think the gap in the rubble would have been the good one to go to. Maybe. Oh well.
Monster! Look at the size of that scar.
I'm waiting for the teammates. Alright, right up the butt. Let's go. Wait, can we all sneak attack him at the same time? Oh, no.
Bomb set.
I don't think that was efficient. Dude, I'm taking like no damage from this guy. I can't see. I'm gonna go for a mount. Oh my god, what a mount. Well, I have new armor now, which I guess increased my tankiness a lot. We're doing it, team! Oh, that hurt. Dude, look at this recoverable health, though. Crazy. Ah. I want to cut that butt. Where are you going? We actually have a ton of like elemental and blast gems. We probably have pretty good gems for like a bow build. I can't fucking see a thing. What's going on? Monster hunting is going on. Ow. Oh, that's not good. Oh, nice one, guys. Get the tail, guys. Oh no, Asaga's not gonna get the tail. Rip. Maybe, dude, the capture time is like, you really don't get that much time. Killed this thing enough times. Yeah, I kind of figured. Nice work, guys. That was fast. Sneak attack 1 time. Wow. Epic. Why then go for a flat 60 seconds? I guess it's just because of like you not needing to carve.
I can help you source materials.
Nice.
Okay. Bye.
Yes.
Would you like to trade something?
Oh, Mandragora, that's good.
Okay. Bye.
Could do another one, I think. I just need to restock my stuff. Oh, right, I need to register at a new loadout with the... We need the trap tools. And then we want... Thunderbug capacitor, flash bug. Oh, we need more antidote herbs. Okay, so we need to put... nuts. Mega Demon Drug and Mega Armor Skin. Boom. Alright, now we gotta change, we gotta fix our radial menu now. Null berries, well, we have the herbal medicine, which I think does the same thing, right? Or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Honestly, we'll just take these off. It's not like we need them. Like if we need them, we can just select them from the bar. The grill is kind of nice, I guess. Are optional quests worth it? Well, you get material retrievals out of them, which lets you get resources without doing anything. So yeah, I would say they're worth doing. It's like the same thing in World, how you get like more resources and stuff by doing the optional quests. Is there anything else I need to put on? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, there's no, what was it called in World? Like the herb garden where you, I can never remember the frickin' name. Also, so like the thing is, if I use the optimal status cure and I have null berries, won't that work? I don't know if I have to put them on my bar. I don't even think I have null berries. Oh wait, no, I do. Alright, we have everything you could ever hope for. Alright, I don't know if chat still wants to do another one. Maybe I'm gonna see if I can make another piece of gear.
Yep. Anything catch your eye? Cigar.
Do you get white Arkveld stuff from... Surely you get that from Arkveld himself, right? I guess we just got unlucky.
You know where to find me. Favorado?
I heard from the others.
I mean, I can just check the investigation itself.
Yes.
Yeah, white Arkveld pelt is there. It's just a chance, I guess. Getting an investigation that gives more target rewards would probably be useful.
Cigar. Yep. All right, let's see what we can come up with. Ready to get to work?
It's really easy to make like weapons with this. It's actually pretty nice. You want to get 3 of the same? You can't do 3 of the same. It didn't let me do that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, but like, so for example, I tried putting in three, like, paralysis parts, and it didn't let me put in the paralysis on the third one. Just, like, didn't work. I don't know, maybe there was... Oh yeah, maybe I was putting in the wrong part then.
Alright, let's see what we can come up with.
I guess you're right, yeah, well, whatever, we'll try this. Is there anybody in chat who still wants to do this? I feel like people are probably in their own investigations now.
Understood. Be careful out there.
I need to get some dinner soon and go to bed. Been playing so much. Yeah, I believe you, Dom boy. I really hope it's actually so nice how like easy it is to make the high rarity weapons.
Alright, let's see what we can come up
Cause I mean, dude, if you get the double investigation, you get like 14 weapon parts from one fucking mission. Like that's crazy. I guess we can just 3-man it. Somebody can join mid-mission if they want to. Oh, can you upgrade them?
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
What do you need to upgrade them? Oh, you have to like smelt the parts, the parts down or something?
Scar.
Everyone here? Now we could just start. Fuck it. I'm impatient. Good against this guy? I have no idea. I don't feel like I'm doing very much damage with this compared to like the longsword. Oh, whatever. I don't know, I'm just not hitting that hard. I got another mount. I feel like this gun lance is not very good. I don't know. It only has 3 shells, but the shells don't do very much damage. More full burst. The worm stake does more damage. Let's see, is it long shells? Oh, it is. Well, so what's the best way to apply the worm stake? That thing? I don't even feel like it does that much damage, though. Oh, is that poke? How to apply it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really... Not really a huge fan of the long gun lance.
I set a bomb! Bomb set!
He can be captured. I don't know. Is it better to kill him for the pelts though? I'm not sure like loot wise what capturing versus. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. All right. Wasted bombs, it's okay. You get a lot of parts. Wait, I wasn't paying attention though. Did we get any pelt?
I heard from the others.
I got 2.
Hey. What are we making today?
Oh, I got 3.
Hello.
Well, we can make the chess piece.
Look good? Alright. Perfection. Hello.
Yeah, Flare 3 only gives you 1 level of it still, but I mean, Flare is so good. So now we have Flare 3, we have Weakness Exploit 3, Critical Eye 3, Heartbreaker 3. You haven't gotten the gem for Arkfeld. You should try to see if you can find investigation with it like guaranteed. Wait, so how do you upgrade?
Alright, let's see what we can come up
How do you upgrade the
What are we making today?
Ardian weapons? Oh, reinforce.
Alright, let's see what we can come up with. Hello.
Oh, it's this ore. You get this ore from... Okay, wait, hold on.
Now that's a good choice.
Is it from this guy?
I've got.
Not wasted here?
Let's get.
Well, I'm not gonna upgrade these weapons. I was just curious.
Bet you can make use of that.
Oh, okay. You can get these ores. Yeah, I know you can get them from Nata. And also from the festival shares. Well, isn't the festival shares Nata? That's like the same thing. But
This is the stuff.
I see. Wait, so can you not? It doesn't look like you can. Can you not dismantle like the Ardean pieces?
Come anytime.
It just has to be like monster parts. Yeah, I know Nanta compiles them all. I'm past them, way past that. Those are for melding. Wait, what do you mean?
Anything I can. See ya.
So wait, you can make weapons and then dismantle them? You can't just dismantle the parts?
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries.
Oh, so I get 10 Argisite? But then... Also, if you dismantle a weapon with gems in it, surely it doesn't get rid of the gems, right?
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries. Hello.
The thing is... So what is Argisite used for? Because I don't have to use that to upgrade it, do I? Or maybe I do.
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries.
Oh, Argisite. Okay. So you get 200 points. So... Oh, you don't know what it'll give you either. Farm Arkvelden uses parts. Yeah, I guess you use his parts to make weapons, dismantle them to get ore.
Who doesn't love a little ancient technology?
You only get 1 ore, so yeah. Okay, I mean, I understand. I see how it works.
Let's see what we can come up with.
What do you think would be the best on a hunting horn? Well, we don't have enough. Yeah, you need to farm like a lot of parts. Because I guess... Like there's a broken blade, but I guess that's only for certain type of weapons. Smelt his parts you carve for ore. Well, yeah. I mean, eventually, if you kill them enough times, you're gonna have like 1,000,000 parts, so you can just dismantle them all.
Now that's a good choice.
Can I rest when I'm in a group with people? Sit here for a minute. Did you post something, Solarance? Or were you in my lobby?
I heard from the others.
Yes.
Oh, the Arkveld gem quest. Well, you might need to post, or I can show the password on stream again. I don't know. DJ3W66SD, in case anybody wants to join for that quest he was talking about or whatever. Or are you guys already in a group together? We need a Jin Dahad gem. Oh yeah, you get three total.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Oh, dude, I want to get a combo hunt with frickin'. It's just you get so much stuff from it. It's crazy.
I'm happy to help anytime.
I want to just keep re-rolling it until I get like a crazy one. Because every time you rest at the camp, you get like a new set of quests or like monsters. You know, funny enough, when you rest, it also progresses the like material farming from Nata.
I heard from the yes.
Like, I don't know how much, like, how much do they already have?
Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Yeah, like, they already have a good amount.
Goodbye.
Hey, a tempered Arkveld. That's 5 rewards. Doesn't have any gems, but... Oh, another tempered Arkveld. I mean, yeah, that's a decent amount of rewards. We could probably keep going until we get like an insane one, though. I mean, this gives 6 gems. Can save it. Hi, Bach. Thank you for the 97 months. What's my HR, like 60? I've been, I'm farming like the hardest monster for like the armor set right now. I've almost got everything. I'm just resting so I can get new monster spawns. I'm looking for tempered Arkveld. I mean, we could probably just do the one I found. So there's a chance you can get a double monster spawn and you can get like 15 items from the guy. From Arkveld, but it's like pretty rare, it seems. Oh, we got an Arkveld with a gem. We got 2 Arkveld gems. You know, we should save those. The double. I mean, they're just normal Arkveld, but if I need the gem for whatever reason. Does anyone in chat have some insane double-tempered Archveld? Anyone? I mean, we got one that's decent. I'm just greedy. Maybe, but not for you. Wow. Maybe plenty is better. You can like dismantle decorations and turn them into new stuff. Spending the time, yeah, but the thing is, dude, you get like almost triple the rewards. So yeah, like I'm kind of wasting time, but if I get this, yo, we got one. Look at that. Look at that. Boom. We even got another tempered Archveld, but we already have quite a few. All right, anybody want to join me for this juicer Archveld?
Right.
No, it didn't take that long. That's why I committed to it, because I had a feeling I could get one. No gems. What do you mean? There's 4 armor gems. It's pretty good. Should I use like a lucky voucher on this? I don't know. If we do another one, we could, but... Is there anybody in the lobby who wants to join this? I don't know if you guys are all in... People might be in hunts already. I could start it on my own. On quest. Lanes. Can I... Well, we only have so many vouchers anyways. What's my friend code? Well, my lobby ID, yeah, there it is.
Well, what can I do for you?
Yeah, you'll get pretty fucked up by this guy, Buck. He hits like really hard. So
Anything catch your
you
eye?
might not be able to make it, but I made the blessing charm. I have like level 3 divine blessing. This is the skill that reduces damage taken by like 50%. Anyways, that's really nice. It's not needed, but yeah, well, I mean, you could try it. You could join if you want. It'll probably be fine. I mean, we can die 3 times, so just don't die too much. You should be able to join us, I think, unless your rank is too low. Still have a slot open. You've got the gun lance anyways, so you can block his shit. Blocking is so strong. You can't find it. Did you join the lobby with that code? Because you gotta join the lobby with the code and then look for like the lobby member quests that are listed, I think. I mean, I can... The fuck? Oh wait.
I have some materials too. And check your field pouch.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what the fuck was going on there, guys. My bad. I sent you an invite, Bach. Hopefully that works. Oh, he's here. Oh, God. Our buddy is here, Chad. Yeah, I'm doing like no damage to him because he got knocked down. This guy doesn't take that much damage at his, or because he was mounted, I mean. God damn it. Hey, free butt. Hey! He doesn't like that. He like spit on me. Oh, wow. I didn't think he'd still be able to hit me with that, to be honest. Get back here, Stinky. Any hunt speedruns for wilds? I don't know. I'm not really that, like, hardcore about the game. He's gotta be low. Yeah, fuck him up, guys. We're gonna put him over the range. Come on. Oh, no. He's really close. This guy is just being bullied. Oh my god, the sounds, dude. Jesus Christ. Over here, guys. Whatever, just fucking kill him. Wait, did we capture him or did we kill him? I don't know. Oh, I think... Yeah, but no, we capped him. Alright, nice.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
There's like a coyote It's like a coyote outside my window fucking howling. Unless that's a dog. The fuck is going on? I'm actually kind of concerned. Not for myself, I just hope somebody's like pet isn't getting like fucking mauled right now. He's eating the milk! That's not what I meant to do. That was pretty sick though. Those parries. Oh, I need to repair. Whatever. I don't do like any damage right now because he's mounted, so. Oh. What is fucking happening, dude? We're just like, this guy can't even like do anything. We're just stunning the living shit out of him. Oh, actually, he might kill me. Never mind. Okay, wait. I need to repair, dude. I'm in fucking yellow. Oh, shit. Thanks. Ouchies. I want to cut this tail. Damn it, dude. It's so hard though. Oops. Cut the butt. Damn, that fucking hurt.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Tail. Hey, Busku, thank you for the 34 months. Easy clap. Holy, dude, look at the fucking rewards from this. Jesus. Ambush, sprinter, throttle, ballistics, jumping. Item addict. Thank you for the 55 months, Dobrito.
Hey.
All right, let's see. What can I make?
All right. Let's see what we can come up with.
We have a double ice. So like if I do ice, ice. See, like I can't do, wait. Like I can't do a third ice. I guess Oh, it's because I need 2 rusted devices with ice.
All right, let's see what we can come up with.
Like paralysis. Right, so now it goes up to 80 paralysis. Let's see.
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries.
Like, what is my current weapon?
Know where to find me.
660, 250 paralysis, 15% affinity. Oh, I didn't have... I didn't have my expert jewel on.
See you later. Sure.
Okay, well... We,
Got something in mind?
we need 2 more pelts, chat, so I guess we could do it again. If you guys want.
Yes.
Honestly, dude, like, doing these fights in a group is just so... I'm gonna use the lucky voucher as well, why not? Oh, wait. Well, you guys can still join. Yeah, Dude, the word you're looking for is fun. I don't know, dude. It's like the monsters, they can't even, like, do anything. It's, like, so chaotic.
Let's have another hug with no surprises today.
I'm gonna have a meal while I wait for people to join.
Let's put them to use.
Are you able to make the weapons, Bach? If you're still here? You don't even have a DPS build? What do you mean? My gear is actually not bad. Waiting for armor, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I can show you my, like, I've got pretty. Yeah, if you want to join again, Bach, feel free. Wait, do I need to invite you again? Sorry, it's glitching out. Oh, Miku's here, Bach. Buddy! Talking about DPS weapons. Well, all weapons can do good DPS. Paralysis, poison are considered unwanted. Well, they increase DPS in a way that, like, you're stunning the monster, but yeah, I could see that. People, well, so what is the best element? Like, blast? I guess it depends on the weapon. I mean, we have level 3 critical eye, critical draw, paralysis bonus. We also have weakness exploit 3, flare 3, part breaker 3.
Over here!
That's so, you know, that's something that sucks though. Like, we got it down there from the mount. I might have even interrupted his mount damage. Well, maybe not, but interrupted the mount. Or I interrupted the down from the mount. Oh, really, Zoltarius? Okay. I kinda rolled into that. Oopsies. Oh, I'm stunned. When I do a focus attack though, it does so much damage. I need to restock my items. I need to remember to use my purple cloak too. Oh, we cut the tail? I didn't even realize. Ah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Gotta be dead soon, dude. Off we go. Someone must be using paralyze. Listen, dude, I'm getting so my team is doing so much damage when I paralyze, all right? I don't want to hear it. combo to play. I mean, I don't know what other combo you can do when you're in red sword. If there's a better combo, feel free to tell me. I don't think you want to instantly go into Helmbreaker unless, like, if there's an active wound up, then you want to do Helmbreaker because you can get your you can get it back like right away. Can't hear shit. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Yo, nice flash, whoever did that. My savior. Slash one, Spirit Blade one, repeat. Oh, neutral, you mean? Yes!
That's another quest complete.
Woohoo! Farted so bad right now. We got none of the item we needed. Like, look at how many rewards you get, though. Oh, this is from the lucky vouchers. Two jumping jewels. Magazine, true shot. Oh, did somebody faint? I didn't even realize. We're Hunter rank 64. Link members in Link Party. Yeah, Encyclave is fun. I really need to switch up weapons. Longsword has been fun, but I've been using it for like so long now.
Alright.
I want to make a hunting horn. I don't know what kind of horn I should make. And I don't know if I have enough of like the elements for it. I got the pelts for my...
Anything catch your eye?
Oh shit, wait, you're right. I'm blind, I guess. Oh, okay, so all I need is one Jin Dahad ice gem. And then okay, well let's try to do that, I guess. I think I'm gonna call it a night soon because I'm pretty tired, but we should at least... I would like to make the full set. Does anyone in chat have a Jin Dahad?
Yes.
I guess we can SOS flare. Well, does anyone have one with a guaranteed gem? I guess I should ask. Maybe I can just join one of these. Oh, I got them during the fight from the wounds. I see. Classic.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
Can people...
Supply shipments coming in.
You know what I wonder are people able to join? Bach, are you still here? I don't know if I can invite people. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, Alessa joined. I guess people are able to join. Or wait, yeah. Or is that an NPC? Alessa was in the previous lobby, right? I don't know, I'm tired. I can't remember. Alessa's bot? Oh, okay. Alright, I guess I can't sneak attack him. I don't know. It's just a normal one at least, it's not tempered. Come on, Alessa, help me. Yeah, this is the long sword. Oh, that's so unlucky. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Have I mounted already, or? Fuck, I might be dead. That's not what I just wanted to make it. I didn't want to put it down. Doing everything solo. Well, I joined an investigation so I could get a guaranteed gem, but unfortunately everybody DC'd, so now I just have a bunch of random AI with me. Oh shit. Oh wow, okay. I'm getting pretty bored of the longsword though. Like, I like longsword, but just using the same weapon just gets a little too repetitive. Holy shit, wait, he has... Had so many weak points on his foot. Oh, I might be dead. No, we're fine.
Don't get hit now.
Yeah, I've used Charge Blade a bit. I've just been... I want to make like a good one using the arc veld parts. It's just, you have to kill like a lot of stuff in order to make a good one, I feel like. That was a long-range blast. That was shit. Oh my god, this ice. Can I get a mount, please? My positioning just not good enough? Dude. I'm just trying to make sure I'm like high enough. Okay, I don't think I can get a mount, whatever. Oh, that was a good parry. Oh, it's only... That was... I might be dead. No? Oops. There he goes. Dude. Some of these attacks are just like so obnoxious. That didn't work. Oh no. Luckily, he doesn't really have follow-ups. It's fine, I guess. It's crazy. One of the NPC AIs, I'm pretty sure they...
Get out!
I think one of them spawns with wide range, I think it's called. This is such a long fight, dude. But you can't capture him either, right? So... Dude, sometimes it's so hard to see anything. Yeah, it would have been done a while ago if I had a full team. I don't know if this takes longer because I have like the random AI on my team or not. Still not close to dead. Oh my god. It never ends. Really? I don't know, the paralysis longsword seemed good, but I guess it's not that good. Like, I mean, we inflict a lot of paralysis buildup, but damage is always better, I guess. Holy shit. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. You got me finally. Paralysis is pretty bad against this guy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I get a good amount of paralysis procs. I have level 3 paralysis skill on my weapon. It's just, yeah, like it's better to do damage. Yeah. Dude, how tanky can this man be? Oops. keeps fucking running me over. That's such an annoying attack. Like, I guess he does it 3 times. It's so hard to hit him in the face during this. I just don't feel like I'm doing any fucking damage to this guy. I don't know when this guy is gonna die, but I genuinely feel like I'm just hitting like a fucking noodle. Killed this guy in high rank before. It didn't even take this long, but maybe I was using a different weapon. I feel like my teammates are literally just doing nothing. I feel like they're just fucking useless. This is fucking awful. Like, dude, how fucking long
Discretion over valor, friend. Don't give up on me yet, Hunter.
I didn't want to go with bots. I joined an online investigation, but it like put bots in my lobby. And now I'm like stuck in like a 10-year-long fight. The thing is, this quest gives a guaranteed gem, so like I have to do it. No, I can't shoot the SOS flare because I'm not the leader of the quest. No, it doesn't work. Like I'm not like making this up. Like I checked it. how much longer can this go? Like, I'm actually getting, this is getting ridiculous. Well, the fight shouldn't take this long. It shouldn't be taking this long, but the AI is just, I don't know, they're doing like no damage. I'm gonna be able to kill him, guys. Like, I mean, this is like, no, the monster hasn't even changed zones. Like, look at Rosso. Like, what the fuck is he doing? We have 17 minutes. This is actually fucking sickening. The tail despawned. I don't know, guys. I don't want to stop because I've been doing it for so long already, dude. Oh my god, this is sickening, man. What the fuck? How can it be bugged? Like... I don't know, dude. You think we leave, chat? I don't know. I think it's hopeless. Whatever, dude. I don't know. That was 36 minutes of wailing on him. I mean, I don't know. That's just fucking, that's ridiculous. I've never had a single fight take that long. What a waste of my fucking time. Because he's supposed to go into, like, later zones anyways, right? God, what a load of fucking ass that is. I mean, I guess I should have realized sooner. This version of Jin? Bro, it wasn't even tempered. It was a fucking normal Jin. Because of the dude, there's no way. He wasn't even close. He didn't even phase transition. That would have been a 3-hour-long fight. I'm pretty sure I did. He was still like at full health. He didn't even phase transition. I don't believe it. Watch how fast this guy dies. He's probably gonna die in like fucking 5 minutes. See, look, he's fucking leaving. That's what he's supposed to do. I think what happened is we joined a session that was like in progress, because the thing is, he wasn't in his starting zone. He was in... I don't know what zone, was it this zone? He was here, right? He was here, so like, I like joined and then he reset, I guess. No, it was definitely bugged, dude. It was definitely bugged. Whatever. You live and you learn. I don't know. That's the first time I've ever seen anything be bugged. I just thought he was really tanky because of, like, the scale, but... See, like, look, he's already leaving in like 30 seconds. Or like a minute. Alright, whatever, it's okay. It was 100% bugged though, 100%. Pretty sure it is bugged. It was 100% bugged. I mean, look at him. He's moving. I should have realized. I just honestly, I let that go on for way longer than it needed to. Oh right, yeah, because normally this phase happens, right? I don't think traps work on this guy. Oh, tail. Way too dang. Almost dead, guys. no fuck. Where did they fucking go? No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. I'm going to bed. We'll get the gem tomorrow, dude. Whatever, dude. I can't. I need food. Yeah. Fuck it, dude. We'll get the gem tomorrow, guys. I just wanted to get the full set of gear, but like, dude, I've been going for too long. I wanted to stop like an hour ago. I thought we would just kill this guy and get the gem. Do a guaranteed gem fight. You can, if you're there tomorrow and you still have it, we can do it. But I'm just, dude, I don't. It's getting too late, guys. I've been streaming for 14 hours. I wanted to stop a while ago. I'm gonna call it on that note. Whatever. I was worried that was gonna happen. I didn't say anything though, but like, I didn't see, where the fuck were they? Like, were they looking for a rock and they just couldn't find it, I guess? I don't know. Like, one more. No, I really need to, like, I need to call it, man. I need to eat and go to bed. We'll try again tomorrow. That was frustrating anyways, so yeah. But yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. Appreciate you all being here for the Monster Hunter streams. Yeah, we'll minus 35 to into minus 12, dude. I know, like, holy shit. Yeah, we'll do some more Monster Hunter tomorrow. I don't really know what there is to do in Monster Hunter at this point, apart from farming tempered Arkveld. Like, I want to do a bit more Arkveld farming and try to, well, I want to at least get that. Well, I want to kill Jindahad for the gem, make the gloves, and then maybe I'll just play with like a few other weapons and try to make some like different what the fuck, Artarian weapons, whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, well, because we have, like, if we farm armored, or if we farm, sorry, I'm getting tired, I can't even speak. If we farm tempered Arkveld, we can make a bunch of these Artian weapons.
All right, let's see what we can come
We
up
just need to
with.
get more parts.
Hello.
So, okay, for any like people who have been doing this Artian weapons, by the way, if you want to get a really good one, you have to upgrade them, right? I assume, like, you have to reinforce them.
Who doesn't love a little ancient technology?
I assume reinforcing them is what increases the affinity, potentially.
Hello.
They get more stats, random which ones. Well, it's always some kind of stat bonus though, right? That's the part that is random. Can be element, damage, affinity, I see. So yeah, you could definitely get like a really, really strong one.
Okay, let's crack a few ancient mysteries.
It doesn't seem like it's that much. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's that. Like, the damage is the same as my current. If I was to make a paralysis one, for example, like, it seems like you definitely need to, if you want it to be like really strong, you need to do the reinforcement. Because I could do like triple attack infusion. Oh, see, that's weird. That one actually makes it fire. I guess because I have 3... Oh, I guess you can do that then. You can do 3 of the same type. Like, No, see, because paralysis is an attack infusion, but it doesn't give me paralysis on the weapon. But fire does? Oh, because I have 2 fires. I thought they needed to be the same type, though. Okay, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm confused. We'll mess around with this more tomorrow. I need to get some rest. You can customize to something exactly what you like, yeah. It's just, I was thinking that if you didn't go for an element, you would have like much higher attack rating on the weapon, but don't really get that much extra attack rating. So it doesn't really seem like it matters. Like, I thought my paralysis longsword would be doing, like, bad damage, but the damage of it is still pretty high. Unless somehow there's, like, some innate reduction in physical damage if you have an element on the weapon. Like, even though the tooltip says that it does, like, the same amount of physical damage, maybe somehow it doesn't. I don't know, sorry, I'm just fucking yapping and rambling at this point. Yeah, Nubist. I was gonna stop like an hour ago. Non-elemental boost was busted. So like, is that just... So what is non-elemental boost in world? Like if you're using just a pure raw weapon, you just get like plus a certain amount of damage or something? Oh, a decoration. Okay, so that's not like an innate mechanic or anything. I see. Yeah, I have no idea what is going to be like the best DPS wise in Wilds. I know a lot of people said that in World you only wanted to use elemental for like dual blades and bowgun or something, I don't know. Well, I'm sure by tomorrow people will probably know a bit more as well, so. Alright, anyways guys, I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm gonna give a raid to